Good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and I thank you all for being here. I thank you all for being here. We are on, I believe I wrote down day 5 of the subathon. Hello, Turi. Hello, Turi. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay here. I hope you enjoy your stay here. But yes, it is. I believe day 5 is what I wrote down. That's what it looks like on. That's what it looks like on the stream info. Oh, it got overridden. Subathon, day 5. Oh, Kari, how is it that the cat? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness! How is it that the Catholics have their own anime mascot now? It's actually kind of odd that they would have one, right? That's actually kind of that's kind of the surprise to me, right? Because we've seen that it's actually really common for really common for anime to have like heavy Catholic moments, right? To have heavy Catholic characters and moments, and a really interesting interpretation of the Catholic Church that is, as a person who grew up Catholic, very surprising, right? It's very surprising. It's very funny to see, to be completely honest. It's very funny to see, because like almost every video game includes like a badass battle priest that's very Catholic, and what was that? Black Lagoon had a very funny interpretation of the Catholic Church. They need a trinity of mascots. That's a good insight. And I mean, confessions that illustrate my lack of education in my own background, my lack of connection to my own ancestry. I'm still actually always pretty confused I'm kind of perpetually confused by what the Holy Ghost is. That one's always throwing me. They have always had a whiff of heresy to them. Were they feds in Black Lagoon? I think some of them might have been. Black Lagoon's really confusing. Like a lot of things happen in Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon's a very hyperactive anime in terms of just like the sheer number of things that are going on in it, and like what traits the characters have. It's a lot. They don't give themselves a lot of room to breathe in Black Lagoon. It's definitely a thing there. Definitely a thing there. And yeah, I mean that actually kind of reminds me, Kari, that there was a the anime backfiltered. I think the anime backfiltered very heavily to the West. When I think about the show The Young Pope, which I didn't really watch, I just saw the premise. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. If people are still talking about this in 2 years, I'll check it out. But they weren't, so I didn't worry about it. And Black Lagoon, The Young Pope is like, it's anime, right? Like it's live action, obviously. It's a live action Western, so it fails multiple critical test of anime-ness, but it's still anime. It is still at a profound level. It's still a very anime show. The idea that like the most important qualifications for being Pope are that you're really young and have lots of sex, kind of thing. It's genuinely pretty funny, and genuinely pretty goofy way of looking at it. There is true that you're right about the Borgias thing. Terry, because I again, I mentioned that like I said, grew up Catholic. So I didn't see. I always thought VeggieTales was a Protestant thing. I always thought that was for like the Lutherans. Not even the character, the actor. I could believe that. I mean, we're due for them, right? We're due for these things. We're due, It's really important to historians that that fiction and non-fiction have like really deep connection, because otherwise, like, what are we doing here, right? Like otherwise, what are we doing here? And so like that means that if we're going to have all this shonen, right? If we're going to have all this shonen as fiction, we are owed, as matters of making history comprehensible, we are owed IRL shonen protagonists. Like we have to have these characters. We need them. We need them. Or else, like, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? Is there a ranking of popes who fucked the most? Depends, I guess. I guess it depends. I don't know if anybody's made a single definitive rating. If there's a lot of popes, so I would not want to be the guy responsible for making that ranking. That seems like a lot of guys to have to learn the biographies of. We're gonna run to like a couple of issues where like older popes, right? Older popes we know very little about. The further we go back in papal history, the more obscure the characters become. So that creates a bit of a problem. The uncertainty bars start getting high. But I think that by the... Oh yeah, and there's anti-popes, and I don't know how we're supposed to count anti-popes. That's gonna be tricky. There's a thing where VeggieTales of Rose and Martin Luther nailed his 99 herbs and spices to the cathedral doors. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's a very funny conceit. That's a very funny conceit. So the 30 Years' War is part of VeggieTales canon, is what I'm really hearing here. The most devastating war in all of European history is a critical part of VeggieTales. Do they do the 30 Years' War inside VeggieTales? Like that would be, I'd be genuinely impressed. I think they deserve it. I think that they've earned it. I think that would be amazing. It's a part of it. Oh my goodness. See, like I said, VeggieTales kind of came out later than my stuff, but man, which popes fuck the most? Like, we definitely have ones that like fuck a lot. I don't know that we definitively know that none of the medieval popes were women. There is a period of history that I like to mention a lot. I don't know it very well, but I just like to mention it a lot. Called the pornocracy. There was an actual pornocracy, which I always find really fun, that we have that as a term in the historical record that we have to keep track of. Yes. The pornocracy was a period in I think the 900s, in the 10th century, I think, if my memory serves, where the popes were all like so heavily indebted to various brothels that the actual decisions being made inside the papacy were dictated primarily by 2 brothel madams for like 6 popes in a row or something like that. So it gets to go down into the pornocracy, the rule by whores. The rule by the prostitutes, I should say, to be a little bit more accurate. But yes. Yes. So I know that we have some popes we definitely know canonically fucked because like they have kids, right? You know, we have popes who definitely canonically fuck because they have like kids and stuff like that. And it's like a way that we could do like a proxy measurement is by, like, if they have like multiple legitimate children, then like they're clearly very high, right? They're clearly very, very high. They are clearly very high, but we don't. I feel like that's is making a lot of assumptions about correlates. Like you're kind of making the correlate assumption that that there's a correlation between number of total children and number of legitimized children, and then also making an assumption that there's a correlation between having sex and having children, right? Which are like, they're correlates, but the R values are bad, right? Like the R values are not great. It's a higher degree of coincidence on both of those. It would not be, we'd be working with some real guesswork there. It is, of course, worth noting that the vow of celibacy for priests is not part of the entire. That's a high Middle Ages thing. That's a high Middle Ages thing. That's not something that dates back. That's a good question, Kari. I actually don't know. Herbert. I kind of always assumed that Herbert based the Bene Gesserit on just kind of like pure misogyny. Like I thought that was just kind of like a pure strain, just like fear of feminine power. Like I thought that was just like to the extent it was based on anything historical. I kind of read it as based on like witch trial stuff. Like motifs around the witch trials, not so much the historical witch trials. There's Herbert's less invested in history qua like being accurate to the real world, which is fair. I mean, he's writing fiction, right? He's writing fiction. He's not writing nonfiction, so like it's a little unreasonable, I would say, to expect him to be super accurate to nonfiction. That's not really the point. But at the same time, also, his real core was hating California. That was like the real substance there. And yeah, Emperor's Armpits, you're right about the secretly a woman makes things hard. And one of those things that's always worth emphasizing is that ideas around gender are complicated. Gender presentation can be kind of complicated, and so yeah, ideas around gender can be kind of complicated, and we often, looking at historical societies, import our own hypotheses and beliefs about gender into the past. It's really obvious when you study Bronze Age history. Particularly when you're doing the historiography of the Bronze Age, right? Because like you have to, it's very hard to say history without doing a little bit of historiography, and particularly when you look at Bronze Age historiography, it's very hard to not notice that like certain memes and tendencies and beliefs that people have had about the Bronze Age reflects the writer's biases very heavily. Because there's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of gaps, and you're filling in the gaps, and you're filling in the gaps, and you're filling in the gaps with like what you think is fundamental to human nature a lot of the time. Gender being one of the ones that's like the most obvious and strong, where people's assumptions about gender and sexuality get imported into the Bronze Age, where it's actually very, very strange, right? The Bronze Age gender and sexuality is actually very, very strange. And it defies a lot of our easy understanding in ways that I find very exciting and interesting. And yeah, imagine living in California. I'm not super optimistic about it at this point, but I do have a kind of long-term mission to visit all other 49 states before I visit California. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. Hawaii is the big tricky one. Hawaii is going to be a big trick, and I don't know when I'm going to pull that one off. Alaska seems much more manageable, but Hawaii seems really, really tricky to do without going to California, especially because I don't currently have a good excuse to go to Hawaii. I've had excuses to go to Hawaii in the past, but I don't currently. Seattle, Japan, Hawaii. Well, I'm in New York, right? I'm in New York. Let me go through the hellos. It's a good thing to do, but I like to start yapping first. I like to warm myself up a little bit first. So, hello to me. Hello to Seribot. Hello Turi. Hello Carmelo. Hello Kari. Hello Emperor's Armpits. Hello Gringotts Underwriter. Hello to Humpter. Hello to Cat Magician. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and VOD watchers. Oh, I don't want to subject myself to a cruise. Oh, that's like that's like doubling down on the stuff I'm trying not to do with my life. That's like the worst case scenario. That's the worst case scenario. I could. I know that you can do. I know you can do New York to Japan. I know that that's a flight. That there's a direct flight from New York to Japan. And then I guess that would be easier to get to Hawaii from there. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I've thought about that, Gringotts. Buying room and board on a cargo ship. I've thought about that. In no small part, just to like say that I did. Like, in no small part, just to say that I did. I did learn when I was doing some research on it that it's actually really expensive. Like, I kind of thought that there would still be this kind of 19th century logic pertaining to that, where, like, they just kind of have some, like, they just have a bunch of berths available, and that's, like, a cheap way for them to, like, fill up on cargo and stuff like that. But no, the ships are so specialized that the human berths, I guess, are kind of really expensive, and probably more to the point, I'm guessing the crew hates it. I think the crew hates it, is my actual assumption. I haven't checked. I haven't asked any crew members who've done cargo voyages, but I am assuming that they absolutely hate having some weirdo on board taking up space and taking up meals and getting in the way, getting underfoot. That's my assumption at this point, because it is quite expensive. I think I was looking at like going to like Australia or something. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too, because that's what it definitely was in the past. But it appears that they find it deeply. I'm guessing they just find it deeply annoying, and they're willing to. And now they realize that there's a lot more money in, getting in like doing it as like a gimmicky thing for rich tourists. Like so many things, right? Like so many things. Like you know, doing the deserted island survival thing I just saw was like $5,000 without travel, like before you pay for the plane ticket to Tonga. So I think there's a lot of things like that, and it's what's the phrase for that? The oligopolistic tendency of advanced economies. Is that the phrasing, oligopolistic? Where the economy is increasingly driven by the spending habits and purchasing habits of the wealthiest, of a wealthy minority, I should say. It has to include the minority, right? You know, it could be the wealthiest if you have a very, very low plutonomy. There we go, plutonomy. Thank you. Yeah, oligopolistic is when it's like even fewer. Like oligopolistic is like a very few number. Plutonomic. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Oligopony is just when there's few buyers. Plutonomy is when the economy revolves around the wealthy. There we go. Thank you. Going back through my really bad understanding of Greek and Latin roots that we use in our half-assed Greek and Latin roots that we use for academic terminology. But yeah, I think that the purchasing of I think the plutonomy has come for the stowing away on cargo ships. That's my read. The plutonomy has infected that. But yes. So, I'm doing calligraphy today. Because I like doing calligraphy. So, crap. Knocked over my desiccator. I'll have to clean that up later. Knocked over. Sorry, I'm looking for a specific pad of paper that I can't find. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. There we go. That's the pad I need. That's the pad I need. So let's go over to the live. Oh, we don't need that at all. You don't need to see what mangas I'm reading right now. You do need to see my hands. That would be pretty crazy, right? That would be pretty goofy. That would be pretty goofy. And by it, I mean my pet. Yeah, it's hands. It's hands. It's hands. It's hands. We're going to do something of an unboxing today because this is I ran out of black ink. This was my black ink for a while, the J.E. Herbin Pearl Noir, and I ran out of it live on air yesterday. There is some dried out residue in there, but I can't get it out, so it doesn't count. And as you can see, it doesn't run when I hold it upside down, so it's pretty dead. It's pretty cached. So, this is a well-reviewed ink that I've never used before. This one's new by me. This one is new by me. I've not done this one before. The Sailor. I've heard good things. I've heard this is a very well-behaved ink. I was looking at a bunch of different reviews for it. 50 milliliters. That's pretty big. That's going to last me a long freaking time. Sailor is a Japanese company, as you can see. As you can see. Yes, Turi, I understand that you're a CTuber. This is my understanding. So I've always, one of those kanji that I like, is the kanji for fountain pen. Let's see if it focuses. Let's see if the autofocus kicks in. Is the autofocus kicking in? Autofocus. There we go, there we go. So, Man and Pizza. Hello, Big Heart Little Brain. You're an IRL sailing captain as well. Awesome, awesome. And hello, Stressed Out. But I've always liked, these first three characters are the characters for fountain pen. I am blocking my own face tracking right now. They're the characters for fountain pen. And they are 10,000 year pen, which I've always liked. It's a 10,000 year pen, or pencil, I guess, really. And then, you know, inku, I actually am not good enough at Japanese to tell you exactly what these mean. That's dye, that's materials, dye materials, I don't know how they're pronounced in this context. Dye materials, inku, baraku. They didn't go with kuroi, they went with baraku. Sera, the Sailor's externals. Please enjoy Sailor's specialty inks. Inkuri Rezaba. Ink reserve was something. I guess that's supposed to be. Oh wait, something washed. Cleaned, I guess. Should be cleaned. Looking forward to the Almantas Classic. Kanji I have liked. I like studying kanji. I like studying kanji. My grasp of kanji is much better than my grasp of actual Japanese. My ability to actually speak Japanese or to understand Japanese is relatively poor compared to just knowing a bunch of kanji. And thank you for taking the coat off. It is warm here. It is warm here. Yeah, let's proceed with the unboxing. Pretty sturdy cardboard. It's a thin cardboard, glossy. It's a thin glossy cardboard. Probably got some chemicals. Whoop. Shouldn't drop it. Got the English here. Use only for writing purposes. Ensure cap is replaced correctly after use. Remove any excess ink from bottle cap. Before changing ink colors, clean the nib section. Consult a physician if you swallow it. Ink on clothing may be difficult to remove, for sure. Keep out of reach of children. Yeah. New ink, yes, Vex. My Herbine ran out. My Herbine Peril Noir died on my last calligraphy stream. That's actually part of why I didn't do a second calligraphy stream last week. Was because I needed to get new ink, and so it's a Sailor Black. Let's pull it out. So, features that I like right from the jump. First of all, square. I'm probably going to put it back in the Meiji Resurrection. Azo Republic, if you know it. I need to double check myself on if I'm correct about the Azo Republic, but I'm pretty sure I know at least one story about the Azo Republic. Azo Republic. Yes, yes. So I know one small thing about the Azo Republic. Thank you for the 100 bits. I know. Thank you for the 100 bits, Kari. Which, as I like to tell people, it triggers the little story. The Azo Republic was a very short-lived republic during the at the end of the Tokugawa shogunate. At the end of the Tokugawa shogunate. Don't combine those words. That's very silly. That's very, very silly. So the backing up here a second, Japan has had an emperor since the 800s, 600s, depending a little bit, somewhere in there, and for a long time, starting I think by the 1100s, they had created a system where they had kind of separated out the roles, the kingship roles, between kings, right? Kings as an institution they're the chief priest, chief judge, and chief warlord of the area. That's kind of what makes you a king, is that you're all three of those at once. Is that you're the head of the religion, the head of the military, and the head of the judiciary all at once. If you don't have those, then you're generally considered a chiefdom in anthropological terms. And and it has to be hereditary, obviously. The Japanese system had kind of been one where the priest role had kind of been deracinated from the other roles, which is also kind of what happens in Europe, right? Where the Pope is really the head of the religion, but the king is your local head of military and judicial affairs. And so in Japan, they split it off, and so the emperor remains the head of the religion, while the military is the shogun. The shogun was the chief military advisor to the emperor and had gradually usurped power over the centuries as a role. And there had been multiple different shogunates, and the last shogunate was the Tokugawa dynasty, which you've almost certainly heard of because they feature a lot in anime, they feature a lot in video games, whether they're Western or Eastern. And so the Meiji Restoration is that during the reign of the Emperor Meiji, that was his regnal name, there was a series of civil wars and constitutional reforms happening hand in hand that eventually end up with the Emperor of Japan having a role similar to the King of Prussia, right? A functionally absolute monarch, a neo-absolutist monarch. Or I should say like a late-term absolutist monarch, as opposed to like earlier absolutist monarchs. And so the Azo Republic was one of several attempts to not be that, really, to not really be that. It was it was the first Japanese democracy at a national scale. Like I'm pretty sure I don't want to speak to the exclusion of subnational level democracy, because those are actually very common, right? Like throughout the medieval era, the King of France would have like half a dozen democracies that were underneath him, that were still like ruled by the king, but you could vote for things below that. That's fairly common. The Holy Roman Empire has like a million republics inside of it. That's pretty normal. This was a fully independent republic, based on samurai supremacy. And the thing I always remember about it is that this was one of those places, one of those revolutionary movements where they had to start resorting to incredibly desperate measures. And so this is one of the last times I have heard of a military using wooden cannons. And I think we still have some of them left. That was really where I was going with this, is that I think we still have some wooden cannons left from the wooden cannons. Yes. You can make a cannon out of wood. You can make a cannon out of wood. The important part of a cannon is that you have a good seal. That's the really important part. That's the really, really important part. they don't. Hello, Mora. Hello, Mora. It was. Oh, Mora instantly redressing me. It's only been a few minutes. Sorry, stressed owl. No, it's actually quite hot. It's actually quite hot. It's actually quite warm where I am right now. Let me check. Let me check what the temperature looks like. It's 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Hold on, let me check the. Yeah, it's 23 degrees Celsius, in my room right now. And that's with the heat off. Heat is not currently on. It is just hot around here. It is just hot around here. So it goes. But yeah, you can make cannons out of wood. I don't know how good of an idea it is. I would generally say it's probably Sasuga. Yes. The main kind of reason to not do so is that they won't explode instantly, right? Like that's kind of the assumption that people have, is that that a wooden cannon will just explode nearly instantly, and that's not true. What is true is that they will fall apart pretty quickly. Yeah, you can get one shot pretty reliably, and they start to fall apart quite quickly. No, it's I've got a mercury thermometer. I have a mercury thermometer in my bedroom for exactly this reason, because I don't trust my thermostat. Took me a second to parse what was going on with that emote. But yes, I am inking up a new fountain. I'm using a new ink today. It's just a black, so hopefully it'll be good. Thing I like, I can actually grab. I do not like when the caps are really round, because you need leverage. That came off easily that time, but there is no guarantee that it will be easy the second time. So let's... And I'm just going to pull up a little bit over 2/3. A little bit over 2/3 of a milliliter. I gotta say, one of the big improvements to my life as a calligrapher was specifically going out of my way to get very small syringes. Right? It was specifically going out of my way to get very small syringes, because this thing can barely hold 1 milliliter, and really I don't think it actually could, because that's 0.7 milliliters there. And so when I've used syringes that are like 10 milliliters, it's actually really hard to control them. Small range for small Mantas. It's true. So let's put the cap on. Make sure it's nice and secure. I don't want to put it on too tight, because I've hurt my hands repeatedly. Especially with the Oroshizokus. So let's shake this thing up a little bit. Shake it up while it's upside down to try to get the ink to populate the feed. Try to get the ink down into the feed. I can see ink in the feed right now. And let's see what happens. It might take a little bit of a moment to start. I'm not going to fuss about the fact that it's going to probably take a moment to start, and maybe a little bit more agitation, because that's pretty normal. The feed is dry. I did clean this pen out pretty thoroughly last time I used it. Okay. Let's start writing with it just a little bit, just to see how it goes. This paper, as I've said before, not really my favorites. But I am mostly using it for practice. So that's fine. is flowing very smoothly, even compared to the Herbian. This feels like it's flowing quite smoothly. I do actually kind of prefer that I get a little bit more resistance. I'm looking at on the camera, and it's kind of interesting. You guys are seeing it shining a lot more than I am seeing it. I'm getting a lot less shine on my end. It's a very, through my own eyes, it's a very matte. It's very, very matte, and it's very, very clean, and it's very, very dark. This is a very dark black. It's possible that... yeah, this is very, very dark. Latin left to right would be a nightmare to a lefty like me. There are people who work around that. I do know some left-handed calligraphers. There's a couple of techniques. There's a couple of techniques to that can kind of help. One thing that you might not, that's probably not super obvious to you, I don't know how to set up the camera angle so you can see it, but like the only part of my hand that is touching the paper. So I'm just gonna freeze my hand, and I will take it apart from top to bottom. So taking away the pen. That's not touching the paper. 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 And note where this is the line that the ink is actually going to land on with my current hand position. So I'm not going to, it's not even possible for me to smear it with my hand with my technique, even if I had the nib to the other side somehow, it wouldn't really be possible. So there is that element of it. There's also some inks that dry a lot faster, which is very limiting. I'm not gonna lie. That is a very limiting thing to have to work with, to limit yourself to only working with inks that are ultra fast drying is very, very limiting. I'm not gonna pretend that that's not like, that doesn't suck. But it is a tool. It is a tool. There's also a couple of there's also a couple of interesting elements that there's also a kind of interesting element of it where you can kind of work with other mediums. You know, I do calligraphy the traditional way, right? I've got a pen and I put it on paper. I'm admittedly using a fountain pen, not a dip pen, so I'm not doing it the most traditional way, but that is, and I'm doing it on paper, not vellum, blah, 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 blah. But the, people do occasionally work with like carving type mediums, which will be different. Stretching your pinky to your wrist. I will say that writing with fountain pens does a lot less strain than pencils or ball pens. It is part of why I went over to fountain pens is that I write an enormous amount. Not as much nowadays, but when I was like in my 20s, I was writing like hand writing on the page, like 5 to 10 pages a day was pretty normal. Just for like note taking. So the strain that even a ball pen does is pretty noticeable. Re-Azo. One of the Meiji government ships that was tasked with bombarding them was an ironclad that the Confederate Navy of U.S. Civil War fame had ordered from France, but it wasn't ready in time for the Civil War, so the U.S. seized it and sold it to Meiji. Incredible. Incredible. Yeah, it's actually like the way that you learn 19th century history, it can be kind of difficult to keep track of like that so many things were happening simultaneously, especially in the latter half, right? It can be kind of difficult to keep track of the fact that so many things were happening simultaneously. And there's like a part of my brain that like still kind of struggles with just like keeping track of the fact that William Tecumseh Sherman fought in both the American Civil War and in the Plains War. And for that matter, that you know, so many people fought in both the Mexican-American War and the American Civil War. Hello, Jazzahall. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So just doing the narrow edge like that is much thicker than I'm used to it being. So let's try... Okay, that's fine, I think. But yeah, just the narrow edge on this is quite a bit thicker than I'm used to. Cowboys, samurai, pirates, and steampunk inventors are all around at the same time. Absolutely, absolutely. I hope you're doing well, Jazzahall. Yeah, it can be kind of hard to keep track of all of that. And it's one of those things I always find kind of fun in Westerns, is like the good, the bad, and the ugly, for example. In the good, the bad, and the ugly, it's a plot point that the American Civil War is ongoing. And keeping track of trying to guess whether or not various military patrols that they see are Union or Confederate is like a part of the story. It's like a thing that's ongoing in the story. And so that I always thought was kind of fun. Complicated, but fun. Yeah, that is a very funny scene. It's a great scene. It's a great scene. I am going to make my life a little bit nicer, make your life a little bit nicer, and turn off autofocus, set to 45. So I should look, the writing should look better now. The writing should look better now, though I guess I should actually probably... One of these days, I will figure out a camera system I'm truly happy with. But today is not that day. Today is not that day. Alright. Yes, it's true, Humpter. It's true. Sometimes it can be kind of like confusing. There's a whole like historical... I don't even know if I'd call it a thesis. Historical conceits, I guess might be the word, called the axial age. And the axial age conceit is that there's a period in the early Iron Age where everybody spontaneously and confusingly got into metaphysics. And in fairness to the theory, it is kind of strange that there's a kind of multi-century, maybe like a century and a half period, where a huge percentage of the biblical writings date from, and Buddhist writings, and Hindu writings, and Confucian writings, and some other Middle Eastern religions that have become less important. I think that's when Zoroastrianism starts to kind of take off. All kind of happening at the same time, as if everybody kind of got hit with this bug to just, like, write a universalizing ethics. Oh, and of course, in the Greek, a lot of the classical Greek philosophy comes about in this kind of, like, I think it's actually more like maybe 3-century period. And on the one hand, it's kind of a lot of a coincidence, right? It's kind of making a mountain of a molehill. On the other hand, it is noteworthy that we don't really have such systematic philosophical writings for the entire Bronze Age. Right, like we just don't have like these systematic, deliberate philosophical writings at all during the Bronze Age. Presumably people thought about it, right? Presumably people thought about it, they just didn't write it down. But, all right, so let's see. Let's see. Okay. Look at they bronze, then go outside and do metaphysics. So true, Jazzahol. A couple months after Napoleon got deposed for the first time, the Canadians burned the White House. Yeah, right? It's strange, and right, like the U.S. Civil War, the American Civil War is happening at the same time that the Taiping Rebellion is going on. So you've got this one of the most innovative and striking wars in the Western system. And then you've also got the most apocalyptic war, right? You've got like one of the most apocalyptic wars that has ever happened going on over in China with Zhou and stuff like that, fighting the Taiping. And it's very strange. Yeah, the Taiping Rebellion is catastrophically devastating. And it's really interesting because it's not even the only civil war that was happening at the time in China, right? It wasn't. There was multiple civil wars happening in China, and like the Dungan Rebellion. The Dungan Rebellion probably killed like, I think the last time I checked, it was like 10 million people died in the Dungan revolt. The 19th century was deeply unpleasant for China. There are worse times and places to be alive, but 19th century China is a high tier. Like, maybe don't put your time machine there. I love this F. Love this F. And there's a couple ways I can do a V. That's one. If you could time travel, when would you like to go to? Yeah, I still think of 10 years ago as the 90s. The 90s were 10 years ago. The 2010s were 20 years ago. 2001 was 50 years ago. Time's very confusing these days, right? If I could, if I could time travel, where would I want to go? There's a lot of complicated. I always feel like I've got so many caveats on that, right? I always feel like I've got so many caveats on that because I usually think about this in terms of when I talk about like living somewhere, I just think about like what was the average person's experience like? If I were born there, as a new person, what would it be like? What would my life be like? I tend to kind of assume that there'd be like some similarities to me. Problematically, I tend to think in terms of from a masculine perspective. And I tend to assume that I would be born a dude and live as a dude. I also tend to assume that I would have certain personality traits that I currently have. Like, I assume that I would be cautious. That I have a predisposition towards caution, and that I'd be, you know, analytical. And so, like, for example, you know, like, what would my life have been like 500 years ago? Given my ancestry and such, I would most likely be poor to middle class in Ireland, right? If we go like 1,000 years ago. And so I'd probably be a dirt farmer or a tinkerer or a monk in Ireland. And, you know, I can think about that. I can assume that. Hello, Sir Alm. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the making me small, and have a good night, Mura. Have a good night, Mura. Thank you for stopping by, though. All right. Yeah, I never assume it's the Doctor Who time travel tourism. I've never really assumed that one. I don't know why. That's just like not an intuitive assumption to me. Because I didn't like Doctor Who. And I guess there's also the question of, like, do I get to come back, right? Even with Doctor Who, like, do I get to come back? And, like, what am I doing there? Like I said, I've got so many. I'm so obnoxious for this question. I'm I'm not just having fun. I'm like, and actually, here's one that I've talked about this one before on stream, because I think it's a very funny way of looking at this. So, like, let's say I go back to 1000 BC, right? I go to Iraq 1000 BC, and what I do there is I learn how you pronounce ancient Sumerian and ancient Akkadian. I learned the actual ways to pronounce ancient Sumerian and ancient Akkadian. And then I come back to the present, right? I come back to the present with this incredible knowledge, this incredible linguistic knowledge about the pronunciation of two utterly critical and extremely extinct languages that we can make guesses about how they're pronounced, but it's guesswork with a lot of guesswork, right? So I come back and I know how these things are pronounced. Do people believe me? That's where I'm at. It's like, do people believe me? Like if I come back to the present and I talk to some scholars of ancient Sumeria and I'm like, actually, you guys are saying this all wrong. Like, do any of them believe me? Or do I just become one of those guys, like you know how there's that whole thing of people being like, oh, stop using literally wrong. Like, do I just become one of those guys but for the entire Sumerian language. Like, that's what I'm really worried about, is that I just, like, develop a new way of getting annoyed at people saying things. like, um... would become a legendary Redditor. It's true. It's true. Oh, jeez. I would just be so frustrated. And then there's like some other caveats, right? Like Sir Alm brings up an important point. And Sir Alm actually brings up like yeah, actually, Humter, you hit what I was about to say. You predicted exactly what I was going to bring up, which is like, going back in time and bringing the novel coronavirus 2019 variation. Seems like a bad one. Seems like a real rough one to do to almost any period in human history. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust the camera a little bit. So you can see a little bit more of the page. Yeah, COVID 1219, exactly. I mean, I always like to, I think about this all the time. My longest game of Crusader Kings 3 was my collab with Saf, where we got hit with a major plague, like a Black Death level plague within like a month of game start. I was playing as like a Bohemian Count, and I had the largest army in Europe with 1,200 men. 1,200 men. The entire Kingdom of Poland had 700 soldiers. It was so funny. Their entire nationwide marshal was 700 soldiers. Oh, I don't know the I don't know that one, but yeah, I could see that happening. And actually, Humter, I'm gonna scroll, just going back a little bit, because Humter mentioned this, and I want to kind of talk about it a little bit, because I find it kind of interesting. Hatshepsut. Yeah, Hatshepsut is a kind of interestingly divisive figure in history. And I remember the Egyptian History podcast interviewed a specialist in Hatshepsut. And it was a really fun interview because the expert on this issue was like so not neutral. She was like 0 to 100, right? She was like 0 to 100 during this interview. And he was not prepared. The interviewer was expecting a much more subdued and calm interview. And she's just like, no, people are massively overestimating Hatshepsut. I don't actually feel, it was actually one of the ones I really thought was interesting was her being like, yeah, I don't really feel any sympathy for her. Like, she wasn't like this based feminist icon. She was a mobster who kicked the ladder out behind her. Like, she didn't do anything there's nothing to indicate that anything that Hatshepsut did was good for anybody other than Hatshepsut. And this guy was like not prepared for her to just be like, the most important books to read about Hatshepsut are mafia studies. Like, that was really interesting. It was a really funny jump. Yeah, she was a monarch. The thing I find the most interesting about Hatshepsut, in term from like that I learned when I was like going a little bit more deeply into Egyptian history, is that so kingship in Egyptian kingship is very much a masculine endeavor. It was a very masculine endeavor, and if you've seen Egyptian art, it's not really it's not super representational, right? It's very idealized. It's very, very idealized. So like they're not intended to be accurate portraits of a person. They're supposed to be like kind of like pit crews at best. Like it's like a pit crew of them. It's kind of a way I would think of it. And Hatshepsut is interesting because this is where I find her interesting. Is that the longer she reigns, the more masculine art of her becomes. And like we can see this. We have artifacts dated to different parts of Hatshepsut's reign. That's the worst description of ancient art I've ever heard. See, this is Jazahal. One of those things that I really love is that people come in here and they know that I'm the old man. And they think that they're gonna distress me with their skibbity toilets and their Ohio and stuff like that. Here's the problem. Problem is I'm so friggin' old. I've seen it all before. I've seen like 4 generations of this crap. If I could deal with keep on trucking, I can deal with this stuff. Actually, very early they started depicting her with a royal beard, but like we see like statues stop having breasts. Like later statues of her don't have breasts. That kind of thing. And so we see an increasing masculinization of her, and we also they actually criminalize referring to her as a woman or referring to like they actually criminalize that, and criminalize in particular. That was like she was not popular. That's one of those things I think is often kind of missed, is that she was very unpopular. Hatshepsut was a very unpopular monarch by the standards. By the standards of the time. By the standards of the based on the sources that we have, I should say. Because the limitation is really the source base. The limitation is much more the source base than anything else. And so in the sources we have, it's pretty obvious that Hatshepsut is not a particularly well-liked monarch. Compared to the kings that came before and after her. That's just straight up a V from italics. I need to play around with this a little bit. I'm going to spend a little bit longer on warm-ups than I usually would, because I am definitely noticing that this ink is a little bit harder to control. I'm not used to it. I don't know if that's not the same as it being bad or not, but it is definitely new. I'm definitely adjusting. It is very dark, though. Like, wow, this is a dark ink. When you saw somebody with an Egyptian style, Jazzahall, that's why I wanted to say, like, anime character design. But, like, the association now with anime avatar profiles and a specific and specific politics means that like even just referencing it feels like I'm like getting engaged in a deeper level of politics than I want to. Like the association between having an anime avi and just being and having like a specific like voting a specific way. Maybe the papyrus telling us how base Hatshepsut was just hasn't been found yet. Possible. But yeah, so the reason why I bring up her lack of popularity is that one of the ways that people would express discontent with Hatshepsut and express their disapproval for her was drawing her having sex with a man without a penis, right? Like drawing her as a woman having sex with a man. That was like illegal. Like that was like fully illegal. And was again, like this is a society that's has a particular vision of what a king is supposed to be, and part of that vision of kingship is masculinity, as being a man. And so this is one of those things where I actually think is kind of an interesting question. Is, should we treat Hatshepsut as a trans man? I don't have a good answer to that. Like, well, they kind of banned dead naming her, right? And the thing is, like, as far as I know, we don't have any personal narratives by Hatshepsut, right? As far as we know, as I know, we don't have like her. We don't have Hatshepsut's like personal diary. Or anything like that. We have not found Hatshepsut's annotated copy of Gender Trouble. But it does seem consonant with what we know. There was I don't know which emperor that would be, but there's also a lot of Roman emperors, so that's possible. That's possible. I don't know that much about most Roman emperors, to be honest. Most of the Roman history stuff that I've learned over the last couple years has been via Republic specialists. So I know a lot less about the emperors than I do about even like various senators. And yeah, it's when I was actually going to say Humter, it's more a matter of like we don't know what was going on inside Hatshepsut's head, and I don't know what the current philosophical take is on a person who adopts a gender identity entirely because it enables them to do other things, like an entirely instrumental gender identity. I don't know what we say about that. We only have the evidence that Hatshepsut was very concerned with being seen as a man and was willing to go to great lengths to be seen as a man. But I'm not enough of a gender specialist, a gender philosopher to say like what we want to treat that as. Because today, you know, we have a lot of access to people's stated internal monologues. That people publicly face their internal monologue a lot, whereas we have very little of that. Yeah, that's. I don't know what we do about that. And like, there's people from history where it feels kind of unambiguous. Like I am in general really cautious. I'm very, very cautious. This is one of my main places of being conservative in my takes, is that I think that unless somebody identifies a particular way, we shouldn't like force an identity on them, even if they're long dead. That said, Lou Alcott writer of Little Women, you know, he often goes down in history as Teresa Marie Lou Alcott, and like her family members called her Uncle Lou. She dressed in I guess really dressed in man's clothing. Asked specifically for people to refer to him as a man. Feels fairly clear that Lou Alcott was, even by 20th century and 21st century definitions, pretty trans, right? Even under our current standards and ideas. Whereas if you have an entirely different gender theory than we do, it becomes more difficult to say like how anything works. It becomes more difficult to say how anything works when you've got a completely different hypothesis and approach and everything to gender. Because gender is extraordinarily complicated. Gender is extraordinarily complicated. Pack my box with 5 dozen liquor jugs. Okay, next up is amazingly. And thank you for the look. Thank you for the research, Cyril. Thank you for this research, Cyril. I think I should just put that as a question to ask historians. Because it's bothering me, right? It's been bothering me for a while, for like a year or so, ever since I learned these things about Hatshepsut's reign. I will say, Humter, I generally would really like to know what things were like in, you know, pre-Ptolemaic Egypt. I really would kind of like to know what that was like, what it was like to be around there. I'm always so curious, right? And I'm in love with an article that was done a few, almost a decade ago at this point now. A few years ago, I say, as it was probably like 8 or 9 years ago, where they managed to clone both the type of bread, both the type of wheat and the type of yeast the Egyptians would have used for their bread. Because they managed to find some remains of ancient Egyptian brewer's yeast, and they made a recreation, a very well researched recreation of ancient Egyptian bread, and that's the kind of thing I love. Yeah, honey is crazy like that. Honey is crazy like that. And Humter, I would say I don't want to comment on Assassin's Creed in specific because I've literally only played one Assassin's Creed. I played the first Assassin's Creed, I thought it wasn't too bad. But I haven't played anything after that one. Released after that one. Other than that one, I should say. That's actually probably a better way to put it. The thing I find, I find that Cleopatra is actually a really interesting character. I actually do think she's a very interesting character in history, but I think the version of her that historians talk about is much more interesting than the pop cultural version. I think the pop culture version of Cleopatra is really dull. And I mean, it does help Sir Alm that she was Cleopatra the, like, 8th, so that means we kind of do remember at least 7 other Cleopatras. Well, actually, no, this is the thing, Humtra, that's kind of interesting, is that she was shrewd, but she also had another trait that, I'm just going to be honest, I just find it to be an interesting trait in characters, whether they're fictional or real. She was a gambler. And not just in the sense like gambling at petty stakes. I mean, she was a person extremely unlike me, who her preferred technique was to just bet it all. Was to take her entire position and lump it together and take a huge swing for the fences. And it's not something I do at all. I'm very much not that. I'm a very cautious person. Imagine the confusion. There are 2 famous Cleopatras. Yeah. So that might be the reason why we don't talk about other famous Ptolemies, is because there's Ptolemy the original, there's OG Ptolemy, and then there's like 18 other Ptolemies that we just kind of pretend don't exist because it's really confusing. And yeah, there's like 8 Cleopatra. Yeah, so all Ptolemy and Cleopatra in that Ptolemaic dynasty. But yeah, she, like, that's the reason why she got along with Marcus Antony. Is that Marcus Antony's another big gambler, and that's the reason why she's the one who destroyed Ptolemaic Egypt. Right? This isn't just like Ptolemaic Egypt wasn't conquered out of nowhere. From a Roman perspective, their relationship with Ptolemaic Egypt was fine. Ptolemaic Egypt was a extremely wealthy trading partner to their southeast that posed no meaningful military threat to Rome. That was kind of the Roman Ptolemaic relationship. I've got a whole lecture on the Battle of Pydna that covers this. Element, that the Ptolemies were not a true rival to Rome. And everybody else in the Ptolemaic dynasty got that. After the Battle of Raphia, Ptolemaic Egypt is comfortable sitting on their laurels as just being a wealthy Macedonian supremacist culture. Right? They're happy to extract wealth from the native Egyptians and funnel them into a Macedonian Greek ruling class who gets all the privileges and bears very little of the responsibility. Cleopatra believes in this mission, but she also believes in the expansion of that mission and in seeing the Ptolemaic dynasty being a power. I mean, like I said, Cyril, no, you're fine. You're fine. That wasn't like a real problem. That wasn't a real problem. I was just kind of like, yeah, like I said, we remember Ptolemy the First because 1, he founded the dynasty, and 2, he hung out with Alexander, right? Like that's he fought in the Wars of the Diadochi, so he gets to go down for being in the Wars of the Diadochi. Diadochi? Diadochai? I don't speak Greek. But yeah, there's like 20 other Ptolemies and 8 other Cleopatras, and like you're right. You're right. They don't really show up in the historical record. And the Cleopatra that we care about is like, she goes down as the one who destroys Ptolemaic Egypt because she thought that she made the guess, she made the gamble that by hitching the entire Ptolemaic project to one side of a Roman civil war, she could become a kingmaker within the Roman system and, you know, become incredibly powerful. And she was wrong, right? Like, that's you know, it's I try to be clear about drawing this distinction between me thinking somebody made a wrong decision and somebody making a stupid decision. Because we're often faced with making a lot of choices in our life with very incomplete information. And I think it would be fair to say that she didn't have complete information about the course of the Roman Civil War. But yeah, I think that she's an interesting figure because, like, two of the things that really get kind of sanded off when you see pop culture retellings of Cleopatra's life is her Greek supremacism and her willingness to take gambles. And I think those are both interesting traits. I think those are both really interesting traits that I think she would be a very, like, again, I love our Walter Whites and our Tony Sopranos and our Kemi Homeros. I love these kind of characters, and I think that would be a pretty good prestige drama option, right? I think that getting the prestige drama of being like a bad person who is nevertheless undone by a tragic flaw. I think that's a compelling story. I think that's a really compelling story. I think it's a far more compelling story than the, like, Hotep nationalist story, which I think is bad on multiple levels. Okay, this is starting to feel a little bit more normal to me, having done a couple of these. It does feather a bit. Absolutely, Humter. Absolutely, Humter. Go take a shower. Absolutely. No. I don't... It is my job to be on camera and entertaining. It is not yours. This is my vocation. You are my audience. You get to do what you wish. You have an obligation to be civilized, but not an obligation to be entertaining. There we go. Ah. Oh. I shouldn't worry too much about the feathering because, as mentioned before, this paper is thinner than what I like to use for anything resembling presentation paper. It just still bugs me a lot. Yes, you are. You're going above and beyond Emperor's Armpits, and I appreciate it. I really do. I really, really appreciate it. I really enjoy it that I have a chat that's interesting and interested in what I have to say. Makes my life much more easy and pleasant. I think that, as I've said many times before, I really enjoy the interactivity of being a streamer. It's, you know, I think I would get a lot less out of just being an actor, right, or something like that. Just standing and delivering and hoping that the audience, you know, passively gets what I'm putting down. You know, I come from teaching, right? I come from teaching, and my students, I expected my students to participate. Hello, Ratmost. Hello, Ratmost. What is that from? That dance emote? That's from. It clearly looks like it's from a video game, but like, I know it's not Fury. It looks like Fury to me, but I know it's not. I'm guessing it's Tron. Some Tron video game. I guess it could just be from VR chat. You can do a lot in VR chat. A thing that I don't actually have installed and have never used. Well, you know, I've got it installed, just haven't launched it ever. Dancing in a Tron costume. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I'm just gonna try a couple of V's here. So, this is just flat out an italic V. And then I got this one, which I think is the most traditional. And then I've tried this, which I kind of like, but I'm kind of turning against. I kind of like this one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know this Mr. Sark fellow. There's so many streamers. Like, Forbes put out a list of their top 25 content creators of 2024, and I did not recognize them. I was like, who are these people? There was obviously a couple I recognized on there. It was interesting that it didn't feel like it was a very conservative list, because they didn't include I don't think any VTubers. Like, they didn't include Iron Mouse, which is crazy, right? Well, actually, Jazzahall, this hits me on something. He's an OG. He's been around for 50. Wow, that's old. So Jazzahall, the reason why I bring that up, the fact that I didn't think it was a very conservative list, is that Forbes put out a top 25 metal bands of all time recently. They put out a top 25 metal bands of all time, and my brother is a death metal guitarist. So like I'm around metal quite a bit, and like me and him looked over this list and we're like, it's a safe list. Like this is a list that was like very specifically and narrowly calibrated to like not offend anybody. Like it was like Metallica was #1 and stuff like that. It was an extremely inoffensive list if you're going by like all-time contribution to the genre. It was an extremely this was a list that they had clearly done in a laboratory to offend as few people as possible. And so to then have a content creator list yeah, to then have a content creator list that kind of like takes like these like much bigger swings where they're like listing like some pretty shitty, poorly performing people as like way more important than, again, like Iron Mouse or like I forget who else was even on there, but it was just like that was the one that really stood out to me. Hello Karatsun and hello Matthew. Hello Karatsun and hello Matthew. Now obviously I don't expect to be in the Forbes anything, but I don't remember. I think it's entirely possible there were literally 0 VTubers on the list. I'll go pull it up. Let's stow the pen for a second. Forbes 50 under 50. The 30 under 30 always staggered me. Forbes, that doesn't get me. I think there might be no VTubers in here. Oh my god, #1's Mr. Beast. I've literally never heard of a #2. Like, this is... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Karatun, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. That's very, very kind of you. And the scam trade, and we've got scam trade going. Karatsun. Yes, thank you. Karatsun. Karatsun. I'm Oof. All right. They just got removed. Oh, the Feastable. Oh yeah, that's true. They did get removed. Oh my goodness. And yes, if you got a gift sub from Karatsun, please be sure to thank them for their generosity. Please be sure to thank them for their generosity. Yeah. Anyway, Karatsun, I will give you some thoughtful praise when I can think about it. I'm sorry. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you to say. I do try to be. I do try to be. I do try to be. I know this is a very chaotic world that we live in, and that Twitch in general is a high chaos environment. Let's be honest here. Right, so it's a high chaos environment. There's not a lot of us who are being relatively low on the chaos. I'd like saying Karatsun though. I like it. I like it, to be honest. It makes me wonder, like, is she tsundere? Because that's funny. That's a funny thing to include in your name. I like it. I think it's a good name. So I'm just still going down this list. I think there are literally 0 VTubers on here. I recognize like half. I recognize less than half of these. I recognize less than half of these. I do recognize. Oof, XQC, brutal. XQC is on here, absolutely brutal. XQC being on here is brutal, as is Nick Merck. Oh my goodness, Vex! Vex, thank you so much for the gift subs.
5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh, thank you. So if anybody, please thank Vex, and if you didn't thank Kara yet, thank her as well. Thank you both so much for your generosity. Thank you both so much for your generosity. There we go. All right. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yeah, it's not a good list. It's not a good list. It's not a good list. The Jake brothers being on there, the Paul brothers being on there is really funny too. Oh. I don't know who Darman is. Yes. Oh my goodness, my brain's pretty derailed right now. Brain's pretty derailed by the two of your kindness. Oh my goodness, that's pretty bad, Jazzahol. I'd never heard of that. That'd be why I never heard of this guy. Is that I don't consume such dreadful stuff. I gotta start this one over. This is such a dark ink. There we go. Oh my goodness, Kara. Oh my goodness, Kara. That's so sweet of you to say. You might be especially excited to learn that I'm actually going to be on Vex's channel this week. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be Vex is doing a reading, having a bunch of people on to read different horror short stories, and I'm going to read I Have No Mouth, and I Must Scream. Which I'm really excited about because Vex doesn't know it. You're going to get a fresh reaction from Vex to Harlan Ellison's main claim to fame. It's a great choice. I'm excited, yeah. Hello, Heavenly Mothfather. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, Jazzahol, I think the only ones on here that I've actually watched any of are Markiplier and Jack Skepticeye. I recognize a couple of these, but like, I think I may have seen Kai Cenat in real life. I think, which means I think I may have seen more of him in real life than I've seen of him his online content creation. Getting a degree makes a girl's head hurt, but hot people have college degrees. There are also hot people without college degrees. Uh, what do you mean? What do you mean, stress Vex? What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, like I said, plenty of hot people don't have college degrees. I say this as a former college professor. College degrees are useful for certain life strategies, but that's what they're useful for. They're a tool. They're a tool that let you do certain things. They have... And that's it. Oh, Epic of Gilgamesh was so much fun. Yeah, I have an entire degree that I have never used for anything after I finished it. Oh. Thank you, Tio Braun, for the follow. Thank you, Tio Braun, for the follow. Local government ain't the worst job. There's worse jobs than working for your local government. Oh, here's something I can... Is that an all-comprehensible ligature? I do think Camus is a very good poet. I don't know how much I respect him as a philosopher. In general, the French existentials, I'm kind of like, on. Sartre in particular, I kind of think it's kind of hack. It's honestly kind of shallow, if I'm being honest. I kind of find existentialism to be a pretty shallow philosophical tradition. I mean, Kierkegaard's interesting, at least. Kierkegaard's at least like taking it super seriously. Yeah, Matthew. I kind of need to work from home 5 days a week, or 7 days a week. Where do I put this thing? All right. Oh. Logistics work is like that. Yeah, I've done work like that. I was never on the warehouse end, but I did do deliveries for a while, and it really wears you down surprisingly fast. I hope that I'm providing something that's nice. Then, kind of. Okay. Uh, give me a few minutes to use the bathroom, and when I come back, I will get to the main event of today. So give me a few moments. Hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How are you all? I hope that that wasn't too long. I hope I didn't lose everybody. Got a Roman city building game recommended to me on Steam, which apparently released 10 days ago. Excellent. Excellent. That'll happen. That'll happen. That'll happen. That'll happen. So, I have been using this as a bit of an opportunity to say thank you to various creators, right? To say thank you to various creators who have inspired me, moved me, supported me in various ways. And so last week I did Nagi, Ronin, Vexing Cats, Grim, Vividly Vivi, and Alex Azarashi. That's Nagi, Ronin, Vex, Alex, Vivi. Let me go through. I've got it over here. Let me make sure. It's Alex, Ronin, Vexing Cat, Alex again. Grimmy. Yes, it was Grimmy. Grimmy, Vividly, Vivi. Okay. So, I'm just going to start writing another list on this page just to make my life a little bit easier. Right, we're going to be using this as a bit of a scrap page. Grim, Glassman. May as well include Alpine, right? Alpine. Cleo. That one stresses me out. Cleo stresses me out. Oh yeah, Kari. And Kiri. Kari and Kiri. Niano. Lux. Nando. Yeah, Saf and Jonkin. Saf, Jonkin, and Barry. Barry. Oh yeah, Kirill. Kirill and Sybil. Oh no. I have not spilled anything particularly bad. I did spill some of my paint, my model paint. I spilled my Thunderhawk Blue. I did spill my Thunderhawk Blue once. I did spill that, which is not great. Oh yeah, mix. Okay, so I can stress out less about that previous page. And I'm kind of trying to go back because this is about the right size, right? Oh no, that's dreadful. That's dreadful, Matthew. That's dreadful. That's gonna be forever to clean up. That's gonna be forever to clean up. Are they magnetized? If they're magnetized, that would help a lot. So about 5 lines that are a little bit like 2 knuckles wide for me. No, he Matthew spilled. There is magnetized ink. There is magnetized ink. That's the thing. But I was talking about Matthew's beads. The beads that Matthew just spilled, because beads can be a pain in the neck to clean up. Otherwise, oh, plastic. Yeah, I would probably. I'd be more worried about just like keeping the floor together. Like, are you gonna vacuum them? That's what I'm wondering. Are you gonna vacuum them? Yeah. Yeah, vacuum them right now, yeah. By the way, this was yours, Jazzle Hall, right? Let's see. Something like that? Yeah. Alright, Kara. Yes. Sorry that you had to pay for an Uber to go home. But enjoy your trip home. Stay safe. Stay safe. This might actually be too short. No, this is a bad start. Bad start. Bad start. Bad start. Bad start. Baha-chan continuing the proud traditions of going on since Lee Stage Rome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see if this one works. Okay. I think it's worth spending a little bit of time doing a little bit of the drafting, pre-drafting these. Because then I just get to worry about making spelling mistakes. Right? Once I'm here. Which is much better, right? There we go. There we go. There we go. Shit. Glad I bought more of this paper, because I was kind of about to run out. Can't believe I spelled somebody's name wrong. Most embarrassing. The most embarrassing place to make a mistake, spelling somebody's name wrong. Oh, bloody. All right. There we go, and... Alright. There we go. Actually managing. Can just barely fit the name in on this one, right? Because like I said before, this is how I started off my subathon. Was I started off with a very deliberate appreciation of the people who've helped me. in various ways, right? Like some of these are people who have been very direct helps, and some of these are people who have been very indirect, right? Some of these are people who I don't really know, but have been inspiring to me. But something, Grim Glassman is somebody who I know pretty well, I think, at a personal level. Okay, I misestimated the length on this one, so I've got more space than I thought I had to work with. Okay, let's... Oh, that's a really good S. That's really good. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. And so, Grim Glassman, I should actually do what I was doing before. I should do what I was doing before. I forgot about this. Shout out at Grim Glassman. And... Pin until unpin after manual. Okay. So yes, that's who this is for. Grim Glassman does these very beautiful, wonderful stained glass art streams. It's just I'm just always very encouraged by, in general, I'm encouraged by seeing other older male VTubers. But I'm especially encouraged by Grim as a traditional art streamer, right? I find that very encouraging, and it's a wonderful form of art, and it's a form of art that I can't really follow up on, right? I don't I don't know how to do it. You know what? I feel like taking a moment here to adjust something here. Apologies, chat, but there we go. Let's declutter a little bit. There we go. There we go. Ah, that looks so much nicer. And yeah, I just find Grimm's presence in this world to just generally be encouraging, on top of the fact that it's just a beautiful art form. My schedule this week is using fan art he made of me with stained glass. There we go. There we go. So this ink still feels very lubricated to me. It still feels very, very smooth, but it feels a little bit better on this higher quality paper. And you can see that there's less feathering in general, and I'm able to get finer lines. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Unisolaris, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me give you the shout out, Yuna. You're playing Monster Hunter World. How is Monster Hunter World? I've got a fair amount of time in Monster Hunter World. I'm a heavy bowgun guy. I have a real love for positional fighting in action games. I really love being like a positional player, a tactical and positional player. I'm not much of a reflex player. It's the only one I've really played much of. It's the only one I've really played much of. I've played a little bit of Rise, but my computer can't really run it, and I haven't played anything before World. But yes, welcome in. So for those of you who do not know, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And today it's part of my subathon. You can see the subathon clock and the subathon rules down there. And I am writing thank you notes to streamers who've inspired me. And yes, thank you, Ratmos, for writing them with the soup. I have some lentil stew in the fridge right now, but I don't have any soup at the moment. I only have stew. I have some lentil carrot soup stew in the fridge. Also green beans and tomatoes, but you know that's how stews go, right? You just kind of start putting stuff in. But yes. If you need to raid and run, you're welcome to. But also, I do a redeem for. I do a redeem where I write down a statement or phrase or word for people. That's a redeem, and if you raid in while I'm doing a calligraphy stream, I will do some free calligraphy for you. I will give you a free version of the redeem. Please limit yourself to like a couple words, right? Please limit yourself to a couple words because like a poem or something is going to take me that's like a full stream or two, right? But like all of these were redeems from a previous stream. This is about the longest I'd like to do. You know, about the nothing much longer than this. But 3 or 4 words. You know, if you've got something in mind, Unisolaris, you don't have to take advantage of it if you don't want. But it is something I like to do. It is a nice little gesture for me to do. And I am currently writing this thank you note to a friend, Grim Glassman. I've shouted him out and linked him above. Grim Glassman does very cool stained glass art streams. It's super cool. It's I love people doing traditional art. Obviously, I love to encourage it. There's multiple ends in this one. I started learning it about, oh god, almost 15 years ago now. It's learnable. It's very learnable. But yes, if you have something you would like me to write down, please let me know. Please let me know. I am just checking my spelling on something. Just checking my spelling on something. Yes. Yes, I did have that spelled right. Just the word soup. Okay, okay, let's go over here, and I can fit that in right here. And the good news is that I really like the capital S that I'm about to use. That's the very good news. Oh, I'm going to actually take a moment here to recalibrate my Vbridger, so apologies if I look a little bit insane for a moment. Ah, there we go. That's better. That's better. I hope you don't mind that I'm doing in Batard. I like Batard a lot, but I think most people prefer Gothic, but I've been warming up on Batard. I haven't touched my Gothic in a week or more. Soup. Is that satisfactory to you? I will leave it up for a moment so you can take a screenshot of it. How do I do this? That's the way I do this. So you get a screenshot up. You can take a moment. Let's put it a little bit closer to the center so I get some better lighting and better focus. I hope that. All right, Vex. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being Vexing Cat. And for anybody who didn't already hear, Vexing Cat is going to. I'm going to be on Vexing Cat's channel later this week on Thursday, around 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern, I believe. There we go. But yes. So yeah, you mentioned you're a longsword main, and I haven't played. I kind of really prefer the ranged weapons. They just feel more positional to me. They just feel more like positional and dynamic to me than the. All right. Prepare yourself for Wild next week. Switch Axe is pretty cool. Dual Blade I do not like. I did not like the dual blades, but I've kind of noticed that from what I can tell, people in Monster Hunter are kind of toxic about every single weapon, which I think is kind of interesting. I don't know why that happens, right? I don't know why that happens. I did not like dual blades. It felt weird to me. I like heavy bowgun. I like lance. I kind of like switch axe. Switch axe is kind of cool, but it's not like, I don't know. I don't find it as fun as the others. But yeah, like longsword mains are particularly talked down about. I've seen people talk down a lot about greatsword mains and hammer mains. The one that's funny is that I don't ever see people talk down about hunting horn, because it seems to be out of pity. It seems to be that hunting horn is seen as being a hunting horn main is seen as a form of suffering unto itself, and the player base seems to not feel like they need to add anything to that. That's kind of my read on that situation. There we go. Protecting their small chainsword energy. Is there a chain? There's no chainsword in Monster Hunter, right? All right. There we go. I tend to be a person who swaps a lot too. I tend to be a person who swaps a lot too. It's actually kind of interesting to see this effect on myself, because I definitely have biases, and it depends a lot on the genre and the specific game. It took me a while to settle on heavy bowgun, but I eventually did. I've been playing Age of Empires for like 25 years. No, more than that, for almost 30 years. And it's only been recently that I've been switching over to being a Cav player. I was very much an Archers player for almost my entire time. And in particular, I was a China main for a long time. But changes to how I play the game and what I like have caused me to bias more towards cavalry. I did try out pretty much everything in Monster Hunter, it's worth saying. I actually started on Insect Glaive, like a lot of newbies, and I hated it, like a lot of newbies. So that's how that one went down for me. But on the other hand, I don't end up playing them a lot. I just end up reading the rules a lot to a lot of tabletop war games. I struggle to find people to play them with. Matthew has been talking about that a bit. And in what was it called? In Infinity, the tabletop war game Infinity, which I think is a gorgeous tabletop war game in terms of the like game design. I think Infinity is one of the most amazingly designed games out there. It took me about 30 seconds to decide on a main faction, and I've just like been completely loyal to them. There's been no question in my mind. It's Hak Islam. I love Hak Islam. No question in my mind. The playstyle suits me. It suits my contrarian nature. Suits my skirmisher nature. And when I played, in 40k, I'm an Eldar guy. In 40k, I play Eldar, which I think sometimes surprises people. But I am definitely an Eldar player. And so I've got these sometimes these biases, right? I've got these biases, and like I said, in action games, I tend to prefer kind of positional play. So I like explosive weapons. Yep. Is that a? Yep, Halb. Yep, Halb. Yep. I like explosive weapons, grenade launchers and heavy machine guns. And in tactical games, I like to be very skirmishy. I like high mobility. I prize high mobility in turn-based games and low mobility in real-time games. Is kind of the basic way of putting it. Yeah, I like the Eldar. And if I were to play Age of Sigmar, I'm pretty sure I would play High Elves. I haven't touched fantasy in a long Warhammer Fantasy in a long time. I played Skaven when I was younger, which, as an old man, Skaven does not suit me. Little bit of Unga Bunga. I am very attritional. I tend to focus very much on attrition and sustain in strategy games. I tend to be a very methodical and even repetitive player that plays very cautiously. I tend to favor against timing attacks pretty strongly. That said, I have been playing a lot more Age of Empires 2, and I'm becoming more of a timing attacks guy. I'm becoming a Scout Rush guy in particular. I'm like, oh, I love the Scout Rush. Got to do the Scout Rush. Got a Scout Rush. Because if I'm in their base, that means they're not in my base. Right? That's kind of my thought. That's kind of my thought about how I play Age of Empires these days. Is like, the more I'm attacking, the more distant the front line is from my own base, which is not always a fair guess to make. But it's easier as a guess to make with. So it's a safer gamble when you're playing cavalry. Yuna, I don't know if you have any thoughts about tabletop strategy games. But Yuna, the Unga Bunga Mastermind thing, there's a faction in the game Conquest Last Argument of Kings that is orcs riding dinosaurs, and central to their mechanics is this kind of like rhythmic chanting is like a central part of their mechanics, where they have to do like these rhythmic chanting things to create like huge big swing actions, like to get like huge bonus. They get like huge bonuses if they coordinate a series of actions in a chain in a specific order and in a specific way. They get huge bonuses, and it's like central to their mechanic is like you do like moves that look bad but are actually building up this resource that you need for doing really good stuff. Yeah, it's metal as hell. Conquest Last Argument of Kings is metal as hell. It's extremely metal. The faction that I like the most is ghosts inhabiting Roman armor. That's like suits of Roman armor that are powered by ghosts. Like that's my faction. And they can summon dark angels to the field. It's a metal as hell setting. Yeah, the conquest rules. But anyway, that just like hit me. I was like, yeah, like people want it to be like a pure Unga Bunga faction, but it's actually like a mastermind with Unga Bunga faction. Very cool. Very, very cool. On that strategy games, you guys have issues with thinking ahead. And just I'm about to get my big ol' platoon. Yeah, you looked up Amazing Ultimate already. Yeah, of course. They're so cool. Conquest has such cool factions. Yeah, they're riding dinosaurs. Yes, they're riding dinosaurs, Matthew. Yeah, Jazz Hall, that's like one of those crazy things with strategy games, right? And like that's the like when do you build army versus when do you focus on building your economy, you know, and you know, this is why like tactical games kind of have their own kind of merits to them, because you don't spend as much time building an army. You just kind of have the army, and then you need to figure out how to use it. All right, so who's up next? I should do Nando. I should do Nando this week. I should do Nando, Barry. I'll do Nando and Barry today. So let's do Barry first. And this is less of a thank you letter than a just like appreciation or a get well. You are God's strongest Fujoshi. I used to play Sid Meier's Gettysburg. I never actually played that one. I'm the right age for it, but I just didn't. Everyone misses you, and everyone misses you, and we are eager for your imminent return. We 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We bug leave. That's one of those fun things to say to hello Blue. Oh, you know, that's all wonderful. You are absolutely welcome to lurk. You are welcome to lurk with your soup. You are welcome to lurk with your soup and have a lovely night. People fall asleep to my stream all the time, and it's lovely. And hello Blue. Though I might need to take a break sooner rather than later because he's a matter again. extremely didn't like playing. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, Jazzahol. My parents were less persnickety. I think they were just happy that me and my brothers weren't getting into fights. All right, hold on. Let's. So, unpin. How do I unpin? And I'm just getting to SNES or Genesis. Twitch.tv/berrybug. Just making sure I'm spelling it right. /shoutout berrybug. Let's pin that. Barry's wonderful. Barry is wonderful. I am still absolutely in awe of her playing through the Metal Gear Solid series and acting as if Otacon was straight into Metal Gear Solid 4. Just right? Right? And she's a total Fujo is the thing. Like, she's an absolute Fujo. I think she was too busy shipping Snake with Ocelot to notice. I think was what happened. I think she got too deep into the Ocelot. She eventually came around, but I think it took until like midway through Metal Gear Solid 4. I joke that this is a case of Fujo's having such unrealistic ideas about gay men because the whole Fujo thing, that they they failed to notice actual gay dudes. I think that's what happened. I think that she got so trained to look out for an idealized version of male homosexuality that they don't know, that they cannot recognize two gay dudes right in front of their eyes. Barry also, this is one of the funniest stories I've ever seen happen to a streamer. Was Barry, somebody in chat talked about the photosensitive sneeze reflex. The photosensitive sneeze reflex is a fairly common behavior that humans have, where sudden exposure to a bright light causes them to sneeze. Right? Like, you've seen this, right? You've all heard of this. At some point or another, even if you don't have it. But like, you know that there are people who they step out into the sunlight and they sneeze. And so chat was discussing this, and you can hear, she goes, "Wait, really? Is that a thing?" And then you can see her model fix Like, it's like a fixed expression for about 15 seconds. Then she goes, "Oh, you guys are dicks. That hurt." She clearly just stared straight into her ring light for like 15 seconds to test this out. The only time I can think of that chat has managed to flashbang the streamer. Still amazed by it. Still one of my favorite moments I've seen on stream. She has perfect like bullyable little sister. I'm pressing this flat a little bit so I can see the lines a little bit more clearly. There we go. Do I want to call it to change it to God's Strongest Little Fujoshi? Or just Strongest Fujoshi? Let's go with just Fujoshi. This is one of those cases where I think more qualifiers just kind of waters it down. I'm in general of the opinion that the strength of writing happens in your noun and verb choice. Your adjective and adverb choices need to be done with more care. And it's an easy trap to fall in of putting in too many, and by that virtue, robbing yourself of many other virtues as a writer. Hello, Kara. Welcome home, welcome home, welcome home. You also hit at a time where I actually really use the bathroom really badly. So I will put on the fan gallery. I'll be back in just a moment. I apologize, but I'll be right back. Hello, 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 hello. You're okay, Blastazar. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Blastazar is a model brother to me. Yes, it is the Bakmantas. Hello, Nando. Hello, Nando. Isn't it pretty late for you, Nando? Sorry, excuse me. Just watching Hatsune Miku performing live. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Sorry, I'm just... There we go, there we go. How is the Hatsune Miku performance? How is it? How is it? How is it? Slowing down a bit and checking calligraphy for a bit so I can sleep well. Excellent, 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 excellent. Well, I'm continuing my gratitude streaming, and this one's to a streamer whom I adore, Berrybug, who got taken out of commission by some medical stuff. I don't think it was anything too bad. I think she just needed some surgery on, I think, her eyes. I think maybe she got LASIK or something. I think I was not paying it. I was not smart enough. But yes, I like Berrybug a lot. Berrybug makes me very happy. So I don't know. I don't know. I just like her. So this is less of a gratitude and more just a third row. Wow, wow. The last time I got really front row to a show, not the last time, but the time I remember the most, was I was front row to Meshuggah, and I got hit in the back of the head, and my glasses fell off, and they got crushed. So I lost a pair of glasses at that Meshuggah show. And that is part of why I have a bias towards always having 2 to 3 spare sets of glasses ready in my apartment at all times. Yeah, I mean that's metal shows for you, buddy. There we go. There we go. Meshuggah is pretty fun. Meshuggah is actually quite fun. Very good drumming. Meshuggah is a show you see for the drums, which I'm kind of tone deaf, so I tend, even at metal shows, I actually miss a lot of the subtlety. So I have a definite I definitely tend to bias towards like lots of the heavier sound elements. We were letting shorty people go front. That's very fair. That's very fair. 2Gs or 1G for every buggy? Are there any bug bros around who might know this better than me? I can't remember if you want to do this with 2Gs or 1G. It's kind of hemming and hawing on this one. Kind of really going back and forth here. Actually, I could just go over to Twitter. I could just go over to Twitter and take a look. So 2Gs is how Vesper says it. Is how Vesper says it, but I don't see that being used by Barry. 1G is not used by anybody. Okay, so 2Gs. 2Gs regardless. I hope she doesn't get offended by me using the way that things... by using Vesper's way of doing things. But it's too cute to pass up. But that's Vesper for you. You know, Vesper's very cute. There we go. That's a better way to write the S. Holy crap. A lot of VTuber fans and Japanese Oji-san in the crowd. Nice. There we go. Excellent. Finished letter images to quite some people. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh my goodness, yeah, Bloss. If I wasn't doing a Halloween collab, I wouldn't remember. I think that this is, Nando, this is definitely, there's definitely an art form to writing things the appropriate length. It's something I think about a lot when I'm editing, right? That it's very easy to go too long. Yeah. If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. There we go. It's an old engineering maxim that I keep on bringing up. Perfection is not when there's nothing left to add, it's when there's nothing left to take away. Can't believe I voluntarily walked myself into using an X. Brutal. At least it turned out okay. Yeah, the X's are... I really love Scott Pilgrim. I think the comic and the TV show are so good. Uh, okay. Scott Pilgrim is your gateway into Canada as a concept. That's pretty funny. That's really funny. I really like those comics. I think they're really clever and interesting. I think the movie's good. I think the movie is good because it's very hard for Edgar Wright to be bad. And I think Michael Cera was a particularly inspired piece of casting. But I think the comics and the... Yeah, I think the movie doesn't have enough room to breathe, is the big thing. I think the movie just doesn't have enough room to breathe for what it's approaching. That's kind of my big takeaway. Oh, the movie soundtrack's amazing. The movie soundtrack is amazing. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love that movie soundtrack. I sometimes just listen to some of the music from it just on its own merits, right? Brie Larson's an extremely good singer. I'm very impressed with her as a singer. Okay. Cracking some knuckles. All right. All right. So let's cross out Barry, who was really the first person I wanted to do. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Gamma. I gotta think about the next letter I'm going to write. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was hungry. I was hungry. I was hungry. You are more clever and amusing than you realize. Choco chip biscotti from Aldi. I have never been to Aldi. Not common where I live. When was the last time I had biscotti? How do you make biscotti? I haven't made biscotti. I don't think I know how to make biscotti. And of course, you know, if I don't know how to make something, I don't tend to eat it very much. Yeah. Oh, who's this room? Yeah. You are more clever and amusing than you realize. Oh, you bake it twice. And I tend to prefer. I actually kind of prefer soft cookies, so that might be a bit of a problem. For me, my favorite cookies these days have actually been snickerdoodles. I make a lot of Mexican chocolate snickerdoodles. I need to kind of slow down because I'm trying to lose some weight. I just had dental work. Just had dental work. So maybe don't feel like tempting fate right now. Snickerdoodles, they're also really easy to make, is the thing. Like snickerdoodles are really easy to make. They're really, really easy to make. Like I said, Blast, I tend to cook them. And that's my go-to gift to people when I'm for like Christmas and stuff, is I cook bulk scale batches of snickerdoodles, like a couple hundred, right? Like 10 or 20 is between like 10 and 20 is like a good gift, I think. And you know, the mailing is the bigger expense, right? It's mostly just the shipping that's the expense. And there's kind of a bit of an expense in keeping track of who likes what, because like some people are allergic to specific things. I very famously nearly poisoned a friend of mine live on stream. But yeah, I mean that's what makes them snickerdoodles, right? But they're just a dough cookie. Like you just whip the dough, form them into balls, toss them in cinnamon sugar, and then they're good to go. You could make just pure rollout cookies where you just need to make the dough and then form them into balls, but that's like the only way to be simpler, right? It's like the only way for it to be simpler. And chocolate chip cookies for me right now, like I have to make the chocolate, right? I have to make the chocolate, which is not a big deal, right? You know, you make a hot water bath. You set up the hot water bath and you put the coconut oil and cocoa powder and sugar in the bowl and just kind of have to keep on whipping it, and so it's not super difficult, but and then you have to freeze it. But that's like by itself like as much work as making snickerdoodles. God, I'm gonna talk myself into making snickerdoodles tonight. I'm gonna talk myself into making snickerdoodles tonight. But yeah, there's a clip of let's see if I can find it. There's a clip where like I took a break, and then like when I came back, I realized that the cookies I had prepared for a friend of mine had almond milk in them. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, that was a former roommate's accidentally shipped some of his leagues of Votan here, so he had to come by and pick those up. Allergic to uncooked potatoes. Interesting. I have nearly poisoned people a couple of times. I brought apples. I cooked with apples, and I didn't realize a friend was allergic to apples until I served them. And I've forgotten multiple times that this one friend of mine is allergic to tree nuts. I've forgotten that like half a dozen times, and I keep on using almond milk. I'm so determined to find this one. Dashboard.twitch.tv. Gotta go over to my clips. Clips. It's well before the Dark Souls streams. This is an old one. It's from 8 months ago, maybe? No, it's not from that long ago. Oh, yeah. There it is. Yeah. That's, That clip I like a lot. It's not my most viewed clip by any stretch, but I do like it a lot. Having made pasta from scratch, I would say it's a low priority. In terms of things that you gain a lot of benefit from making by scratch, pasta's very low. Dry pasta's fine. Dry pasta is more than fine. Okay, this one should be good. Oh, interesting, because pasta is usually very limited ingredients, right? Like dried pasta is usually really just salt and flour. Yeah, the pasta scientists have it down pretty good. All right. Soil on some level. Oh, interesting. I would have to check mine. And of course, I use soy so much. I eat so much soy. I eat a ton of soy because tofu is like one of my main cooking ingredients. So I'm eating a ton of soybeans at some point or another, right? There we go. Good capital N there. I've not made my own soy milk before. I do want to make... I've got some leftover oats. I might try making my own oat milk. Yeah, soybean oil's in a lot of things. I'm just like, yeah, you do know that name. You do know that name. So, this is a as good time as any to say that Nando's going to be here on Friday. Nando will be joining me Friday for a book talk. Hold on, skip, there we go. Locked in a little bit here. There we go. Yeah, I've been on... Alright, Blossazar, have a good night, have a good night. Yeah, I've been over on Nando's twice, where we mostly discussed Age of Empires. This will be Nando's first time here, where we'll be discussing ReZero, starting life in another world. And I'm excited. I'm excited. Why is no Mutt Movember? I'm sorry, I don't know what NMM is off the top of my head. Oh, non-metallic metal. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so hard because you're trying to use something to create the illusion that it's something it's not. Am I crazy? That feels like a good... to me, that feels like a reasonable enough explanation that it's a high degree of deceptiveness. Metallics have particular qualities relating to how they relate to photons. You know, the particular quantum qualities, to be fancy about it, but that's how light works, right? Well, anything that has to do with light has to do with quantum qualities. And metals have fairly specific ones that are literally the things that make them metals. And if you deprive yourself of that and then you're trying to back create that, that's tricky, right? That's tricky. There we go. Hide all the metal looks. I mean, you gotta paint them, right? You gotta paint them so that they don't get rusted and stuff, right? To reduce their oxidation. Or is it just for like an aesthetic reason? Is it just like aesthetically unpleasing to people nowadays to have things look metallic cut? Oh wait, hold on, hold up. I'm being bad here. This is not for Barry. Hmm. Oh wait, no, orc. That don't work. Okay. This one's not for Barry. This one's for Nando. There we go. No, this is for you, dude. This one's for you. Did I spell I didn't spell your name wrong, right? No. Barry, I already wrote. Barry, I already wrote. Barry, I wrote a very different letter to. Barry, I wrote a very, very different letter to. You are a very different person from Barry. There we go. There we go. Oop. right. All right. There we go. Excellent. And almost done, almost done. I've now really come around on the sync. Like I said, I think I just needed practice with it. It does feel very lubricated. I do actually kind of enjoy a slightly rougher feel. You know, I like to feel the feedback, right? All right. Oh, thank you, Nando. Thank you, Nando. I've really enjoyed getting to know you. I really have. I really have. It's been really lovely, and um, yeah, I'm always really happy when I get to, you know, when I get to converse with you. You've weirdly kind of inspired me to like play more Age of Empires, which I need to actually do more of. I need to actually do more of. Do people? You know what? You know what? I know who I'm going to. So I want to raid out right about now. I am hungry. I am going to grab the schedule. So this is this week's schedule. This is this week's schedule. It's busy. This is a busy week for me. This is a very, very busy week for me. So you just watched the calligraphy stream, and then tonight, 10 p.m. on the Discord, 10 p.m. on the Discord, we are watching The Mummy. We are watching the 1932 Mummy followed by the 1999 Mummy. I could try to make some excuses for this, but it was monsters. We've been watching lots of monster movies because of Halloween, and I just wanted to watch Brendan Fraser. I don't know what to say. I just like Brendan Fraser a lot. And I couldn't find good werewolf movies, so we're watching The Mummy. That's what I got for you. Tuesday, I'm going to be doing more of the Outer Wilds playthrough, and then I'll be going to Kiri's for our traditional Silent Hill 2. Thursday's Wildcard. I might do more calligraphy. I might do more Outer Wilds. I don't know. At 8 p.m. on Thursday, though, I'm going to be joining Vexing Cat, where I'll be reading I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. As mentioned earlier, I have not seen The Howling. As mentioned earlier, Vex has not read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. So that rules. We'll get to see a live reaction to her hearing one of the great sci-fi stories. And then on Friday, Nando's coming over here. And I don't know. If I'm feeling really hype, I might also do a Saturday stream, but I was writing this, and I was really, it was so crowded. Most of the werewolf movies are just, I like B comedies. And I like to have, I like to pair a comedy with a serious movie, is what I like to do. I like to have, a comedy, I like to have, a lighthearted comedy and, a serious, good film. That's how I like to do my movie nights. That's how I like to do them. I've got to subject my Discord to my actual movie tastes, which are Yorgos Lanthimos and David Lynch, and they won't do it unless I also play. Unless I also show them what we do in the shadows and stuff like that. But yes, so that's my schedule. Subathon's still going strong. Thank you all for being here for that. And so we should be up to 121. 121 subs, so we've got a bit to go before we get to the model reveal, which is 175. But we've got that's still plenty to do. And yes, thank you all so much for being here. We're going to raid Smolchy. And again, thank you all for being here, and have a lovely, lovely night.